Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Finally got it going again. Was having connection difficulties earlier today. We were going to start hours ago. I see we have AJ with us. Welcome, welcome. Let's check in with the kitties real quickly here. Oh, look, we have Sherbet on the air hockey table. Zoom in on that, shall we? That button. Hey there, James. Sherbet and Mason will both just kind of sit on that little table. Well, lay on it. That's fine, AJ. I mean, I can't guarantee that I will engage directly with what's going on, but feel free to let us know. So sometimes what I will do is I'll kind of walk over there and bounce the pucks over to them. He does, Drunken. He does. And welcome back, Poland. Welcome back. Today we are going to be continuing our work on our game project. Last time we got this concept of a startup resource going. This is sort of a pantomime of dependency injection in the Godot space. Oh, hey there, orcs. Haven't seen you in a bit. Welcome. For those not on the Discord, you may notice that my YouTube channel has nothing in it aside from when I am live. The paranoia and anxiety over dealing with the DMCA process has finally won out, and so it's live streams only on Twitch and YouTube. I don't feel like getting my channel nuked. Please, thanks. Too much effort has gone in, and what have you. But anyway, how is everyone else doing? Let's see. So we have the game object. The game object gets created by the core, and we pass the scenes. The scenes for rendering, collision, and currently the inventory in. Inventory has a couple of aspects to it I might change around, but I think overall it's okay as it is. So what will happen? Oh, wow. Oh. Yeah, it'll do that. One thing to watch out for, and you might want to, when something like a hurricane or a tornado goes by, even though it might only look like there's superficial damage, when you get the chance, getting somebody to come in and look more closely at it can be a good idea, because air pressure and the like can actually do things like lift the house up a little bit and drop it a little bit, just a little bit, and that can seriously mess with the framing and whatnot. But yeah, the trees tend to get wrecked by that. Oh, that's good though, Poland. That's good. You know, education in some ways can be difficult. I think it's still a good idea to hit a reasonable minimum, you know. You need to be able to write, you need to be able to do solid math, that kind of thing. And then you need to have some trade skills of some kind. Programming, metalwork, any number of things, but, you know, something that you can do to work towards monies. So getting through school, university, all of that kind of stuff is always a solid idea within reason. I mention within reason because, you know, things like the college system in the US is a bit of a blight. Yeah, things have been things down in the hurricane region in the US have been a bit rough for a bit. Okay, so let's see here. What we're gonna do is we need to get the entity manager because it is critical. So for those that have been watching this, you're going to be familiar with the entity manager. It is a bit of the linchpin of everything that's going on. For those that aren't, this is the thing that makes all of the things appear on the screen. Let me demonstrate. It should still totally work. Okay. So the fact that you have images going on is the renderer. The little blocks at the bottom of the screen, that's inventory. The fact that the little blobs are present at all is the entity manager. The fact that the blobs can run into the little robot in the center is the collision manager. They're all effectively their own thing. They're all effectively independent, but they listen to the other ones and can react to what they do. Not too surprising there, AJ, despite the fact that some places regularly have weather and similar that are really hard for the infrastructure to cover. There's not necessarily enough hardening that has been going on to make it so that these aren't like full-on disasters every time they happen. Okay, so right now, Entity Manager is not a scene. And the reason that it's not is that we wanted to get some of the other stuff working, get the proof of concept up there before we did this. Because doing this part is ripping up the floorboards. No worries, AJ, no worries. Can be useful to get it off your chest. So we look at Entity Manager here, and this is largely static stuff. We have some constants, but the class itself is pretty much just static. And that's what we're going to be changing. It is going to become a node. The only thing that actually needs to be a node 2D well, things that need to be node 2Ds are stuff like the inventory, because the HUD is there. We might move the HUD out to its own thing. But all of the others can pretty much just be nodes. Well, as necessary, they can be nodes because they don't have a spatial existence. Say, collision has spatial existence. So, it is going to become node. We need an instance. We don't need any of that. This probably will become private. So this is going to be one of the tricky parts. Some things will need access to it to call add entity. Let's see. Because nothing should have to iterate over entities. I'm sorry, nothing outside of the entity manager should be accessing entities directly. Because the entity manager is the one that will go through, it will add them, it will remove them, it will add them, and then it will trigger a time slice on them. And because this is not part of the Godot time slice itself, like it doesn't auto call this, it's not underscore physics, physics process, then we can fully control when the game world ticks, essentially. Okay, so this is going to cause a whole lot of issues with some other things. In particular in here. So, right here we start to get our problems. So what we're going to need to do is have initialize methods on all of these that accept relevant entities into them. So the game gets past, where is it? It gets the startup resources. These are all going to be scenes that it creates. Then it is going to, so during ready, it's going to go in and instantiate them. And we're going to call initialize on them with the relevant things. We may need to keep them all as, we're going to need to keep the node reference here. for each one. So this one will be the just so. So there's our collision manager node. I could have done a name replace here, but I didn't. Now we're taking these and we're adding them at the bottom because we don't want... Okay, when we instantiate these, we're not going to necessarily need to get a node back. We are instead going to get a particular thing back. And this is another place that we're going to need to do a little juggling. So, right now, all of these are very specific things. If I look at inventory, inventory extends a node 2D and has all of this stuff baked into it. This is when we add entity to the inventory, we're adding an entity to spawn. So that would be like adding a weapon. And when we add behaviors, we're adding the modifiers to them. So these need to be carried over functions. So this is not really an interface, but we're going to pretend. Effectively, because we don't. We're going to try to do this. We're going to try. Oh, that's nice. We're going to try to graft this onto them. Can we do it this way? Yeah, that book's going to be late getting back there, AJ. So part of our question is, do we want this to be an actual interface? Because I feel like this is a base class scenario. Because not just everything can implement this and be functional. It needs to be able to be added to a tree. So I think we actually need... We're going to do base entity manager. Not ideal. We could rename the actual entity manager to the standard entity manager kind of thing. So when I failed to get the stream running the first time, one of the things I called out was I was going to be fretting over naming and similar this stream, and that's going to be very true. We need to have a class hierarchy and the like that makes sense down the road. Exactly, Parakeet. Naming things is hard. It's like I said, I could name it like it was an interface, but it's not actually an interface. It needs to be a class. So I think I'm just going to use a prefix base and go from there. And manager extends node. Wait a minute. Yeah. I know if there's a way to force an interface to only be implementable by a particular type of thing. Because this has to be a node for it to work the way we need it to. That has to be a node. I think it needs to be a... Now, another thing we could do would be to call this entity manager and then have the one under it called base entity manager. That is, or like standard entity manager or whatnot. I like that better. You'll be entity manager. And you... Yeah, standard. Oof. Hello, Sherbet. Okay. So now we need the things that are actual methods here. So again, we're kind of setting it up like it's an interface, but it is a parent-child class kind of thing. Everything just wants an entity manager, and I'm using the structure that we are so that down the road, as things get more complex, for testing purposes, I will be able to swap out the actual class we're going to be using for some of these with ones that are ideally unrelated to the issue so that I can fake what they're supposed to do. Like if it's just an issue with rendering, I could go through and make a lot of the game logic go away and just stress test the rendering. Akin to the sort of thing we've been doing, but without having to load up all of the game logic portion. Okay, it is an entity manager, and we need things like add entity in it. Huh? Ah, okay. um... Then in our standard entity manager, we now use it as an override. Physics process is the one that we call effectively every frame, and we pass in delta. The reason that we call it is so that there is one controlling physics tick in the game, and that the game could choose to not call it. Okay. No worries, AJ. No worries. We need a remove entity, so that becomes an override over here. And then in entity manager, one of my alarms went off. Clear entities is something that it should do itself. This will potentially be an on-exit tree thing. It won't like that, but the reason that we had a clear entities was that because entity manager was previously static, um, we ran into problems with, well, we wanted to be able to reset the state between like creating the game. Because we're making it so that everything is part of the tree for the game node, we don't need to do that anymore. We can do it in the exit tree so that when the game is torn down, all of the cleanup can be done. Sherbet is being very squirmy. Hello, buddy. For those not familiar, Sherbet likes to sit on the headrest of my chair, so if he's squirming around, it can be hard to move. It can disrupt my movement. Okay, so we have our standard entity manager set up now, so if we go into the game, right here, we're going to need to get an entity manager. We're specifically telling it this scene that we're creating is an entity manager type, so that it will do that by default. We could also typecast it on the other side, but we're fine with that. We're fine with doing it this way. Setting up a name on a node makes it so that if you're looking at it in debug, you can see see an actual name and not just it's like at number node type kind of thing. Okay, so now we need a renderer type. So we have a mesh renderer, which is going to be make sure it's using Godot. Extends node 2D. It uses node 2D because it uses node 2D because it actually does things in space. It draws things in space. We could avoid that, but, well, we don't actually have to do that, but we're gonna. Okay, so a mesh renderer. This will be another aspect that we have to have. We're going to have to put the shader in the resources as well. It does presuppose that we need a shader, but in general, this is an animation shader, and having it, even if it's not a mesh, makes sense. Okay, extends a renderer. doesn't need a physics process if we don't do anything with it. All of this is basic to it. Huh. Which means the only thing we need to pass in to a renderer is the entity manager specifically in order to keep track of it. And then we can also pass in the collection there. So we're going to have in renderer needs an entity manager. This is generally going to be the pattern, is if we know it needs a specific node, then we can put that here. In theory, we could set up a static entity, but that loops us back around to the problem of we don't want to have lingering references sitting in global space. So we pass in the specific entity manager node that this game instance uses, and then we give startup resources to it as well, so that if there's anything extra it needs, it will take it. So of note, the shader does nothing unless something takes it. Or makes use of it, that kind of thing. So then we're going to take this, and we're going to go into our mesh renderer. Override. All right, entity manager needs to have the relevant events. Yeah. Check in with the kitties. Sammy and Sherbet just had a bit of a scuffle. Which is why Ember is going over to look. And you can see Sherbet hiding behind the stool there watching Sammy. I don't know which of them took a swing at the other first, but I heard a yowl and a hiss. Okie dokie. Sammy. All right, how are we going to do this? It's not going to pass an entity. Should it? Yeah, needs an entity. There we go. So you can override this. It's expected that you can override this method. It doesn't mean that anything will. Okay. So then we also need in our startup resources here, export. Animatreon. Okay, so then we're going to go back over into Godot side. We're going to compile here. Entity manager, and it looks like the shader isn't in there yet. Okay, let's start getting those in. Initialize it, it gets passed in. Because we can't instantiate a node with it. Let's see. So the game needs to keep track of the entity manager. So we add the player entity. We do a physics process. We don't need exit tree to clear it up anymore. Render is going to need to initialize. Clean that up a bit. Okay, so when we initialize a render, that gives us the opportunity to go in and say, hey, this is the thing that you're going to be talking to or listening to in order to get the information you need. So right here, we have a manager. Shader. Sprite animation shader. Okay, so we've got all that set up. It's in inventory, so in the inventory we need an initialize. Change you to a standard inventory. And the standard inventory is going to have another node. There's an inventory UI, which will be another thing. Now we're going to add a class that is an inventory. Um, cell value, entity column, is valid drag and drop. Those are all internal entirely to this implementation. Same with that. Same with that. This is where it needs to have it needs an entity manager and an initialize accordingly. So and I don't have an immediate use case for passing in the startup resources to this, but I feel like tagging in the end of them just in case is not a bad idea. This is what it should rely on. I may add other objects down the road. But this gives us the opportunity to have other things that the inventory is the one that it initializes it. Like in this case, the entity manager gets initialized at the game level because it will be a child node of the game, and it gets distributed to other things that will interact with it. But the inventory is going to be the one that handles the actual inventory HUD. Does it have to? No. We could actually have a heads-up display be an entire separate entity, and we might still do that. Things like the heads-up display could be composites of various things. But that would mean that the heads-up display needs to know what the inventory is, all kinds of things like that. So for now, it's going to get an inventory UI out of this. Again, there's nothing intrinsic about the inventory that cares about the entity manager or startup resources. Entity manager. This preps them a initialize gives us that. There we go. Okay. Inventory should be functional again. But where... okay, this is where it's simulating the generation of objects out of the spawners. We may not actually keep this. Cross that bridge when we get there. What may end up happening is that we have something else that we pass. We pass the generated weapons to. So we have entity templates here. We may still do this, where what we're doing is we're operating on each one of the entity templates and emitting it accordingly. There also need to be delays on this. But for the time being, it just spams them out at 500, 500. So this gets an entity manager. We go back into game. And for our inventory, we are going to instantiate you as an inventory. Come on now. So. Just the inventory, and then we say inventory initialize with those. Okay, then we need to do the same thing for collision manager. We'll also need to do the same thing for inventory UI here. Okay. Oh, first, we got to rename this one. Standard. That. Then we need a class is inventory UI. Godot. It extends a canvas layer. Event. Inventory change. By default does nothing. Ritual. It's going to extend an inventory UI. Where did this come from? Oh, that's the UI cell. In our standard, there should be an event. Inventory UI drop event, which goes up into the parent. Okay, so we invoke it. That. We do that in Entity Manager. Raise entity end. Okay. Just like with the last one, this has a way that it actually operates. So we trigger the event there. Then in our startup resources, we also need inventory UI. So then in our standard inventory, we have an inventory UI. That. And when we initialize, it's equal to startup resource inventory UI instantiate inventory UI just so. Stuff is still broken. Collision manager is next. So we're doing standard collision manager here and not elsewhere because we don't want to reference specifically a standard collision manager. There it is. Class extends a node 2D. In standard collision manager, we are going to extend collision manager. Out into collision manager. Close all those tabs. We're going to get our collision manager and our standard collision manager open, so it's a little easier to jump around here. This is specific to the implementation, so we're not going to touch that. So we need an entity manager. Also need to snatch this event. There. Acted. These. Copy. Sure. Oak. Category, shape index, category index. Okay. Um, Protected. Yeah. Oh. Oops. All of that was for naught because that's collision area stuff, not collision manager stuff. And collision area stuff doesn't matter for the collision manager. We need an initialize. Void initialize, and it will take default do nothing with them, but doesn't need to take it itself. Sir. The event. Catch the event. Constants in there. This is about the implementation of it, though. There we go. So then if we go into our game now, say collision manager dot initialize with entity manager and startup. Now the camera goes there. Ah, okay. Those are just the diffs there. Rebuild. Okay, this is where it gets tricky. We need a way when we are spawning things to know about the entity manager. So one thing we could do when we are creating behaviors is, because a spawner doesn't know anything about it, we could have behavior implement an initialize. Let's double check catalogable real quick here. Yeah. Yeah. So a behavior in full nuisance mode right now. Okay, so what I'm thinking here is that we can pass an entity manager into a behavior at the time that it is duplicated. Or at the time of its creation, kind of thing. Because we'll know that we get a behavior when we copy it. So we could have a... Then when we copy one... we don't intrinsically use the same thing. We... if we duplicate the one that we already have, then we would use that. So in the catalog... when we get a behavior, we're going to get a behavior from catalog, and then we're going to set it to the entity manager. Okay. I feel like we don't need to override the catalog. It can just do its thing for the time being. We can always revisit that. I will be right back for a quick break. And we're back. Okay. There's still behaviors, so just load those up together with them. Okay, so one of the problems we're facing is that right now spawners will try to create other things when they operate. And again, we don't want to have any sort of like true singleton model here. I don't want anything to linger. So even the catalog and the behaviors need access to some of these master objects, like the entity manager. But right now, the catalog is a singleton. Is a static, essentially. Which will cause the entity manager to linger outside of it. Any entities that would be produced by it would need to be instance-based. And everything needs to know what catalog to use. Like, entirely everything needs to know which catalog is used, because any of them could be doing stuff with that. Okay. Cancel, add class. Using Godot. So extend node. And standard catalog extends catalog. Okay, all of these are internal to it. get from catalog is going to be the an internal one. Okay. What is it? What is it called? It's not a virtual. It's where you have to override it. I know we did something in here somewhere. Abstract. There we go. Public abstract partial. None of these will actually work properly if you don't override them in the child class. Like, stuff will explode, so we have to do something in the child class that will return a texture 2D, will return a targeter, that kind of thing. Abstract. Over. So we're doing this. We could create a dummy catalog that does nothing but return like single entity kind of things. Like, no matter what texture you ask it for, it will give you the same one. Like a dummy texture, like a just a created texture, a given targeter, a given gate, that kind of thing. Just a shell entity to work through it. Right. This is a bit of a mundane part here, because it is just us going through and cleaning all of this up. Abstract. Nope. We're going to have a catalog constants or something like that. Yeah, we're going to have to move those into a... better spot. So this is local to it. These are not. We're just going to have something called it's not a class. Oh, it needs to be a class. There's going to be a lot of fixing the standard catalog in a moment. As we are going to have to go through gonna change this to like catalog keys or something like that, but it's in there. All right, so now we need... What do we want to call this? I mean, this seems viable. No. That. Now, what we might end up doing is making, like, subclasses inside of this to be, like, targeter keys, behavior keys, that kind of thing, instead of one master one. So that we can be very discreet about it. But we'll see if we ever get to that. Because it would allow us to do things like remove prefixes. Okay. So now a catalog is a node. It is a thing that needs to be instantiated in the world. Deploy, initialize, entity manager. That. Okay, let's see. The catalog will take the entity manager, and then it's going to relay that along to things like behaviors. And some behaviors will care about the entity manager and others won't. Spawners in particular care about the entity manager. So then in a standard catalog, clean that up more later. Public override. Initialize. And we are going to have a Now, these are local. These are things where it's determining based on folder structure where some things should be. So these are read only, and then we have a Okay, so we've stored off the entity manager. Then behaviors. So behavior has an entity manager. And it'll need a catalog too. And we want the same catalog to be propagated down into each one just to save loading and whatnot. So in a behavior, the base class, we have an entity manager. Sure. Catalog, entity manager. So these two things are largely if they are going to duplicate themselves, if they're going to mess with the entity in any way, they need to be able to talk to the entity manager, and they may need to get references to other things. So then in the catalog, the actual standard catalog, for all behaviors, we may need to do this with entities as well. Behavior. Okay, we're calling load movements and load spawners. Each behavior in behaviors. In values, behavior initialize this entity manager. Then it gets initialized as well, which means our startup resources. Oh. Export public catalog. It's a packed scene. We want a very particular one. So then let's see what's still broken. We only use it for getting the radius when we create an entity shape, which is specifically part of the actual implementation of the collision manager. So the standard collision manager cares about that. We are going to need to... Oof. The collision manager potentially has need of the catalog the same way that the renderer will have need of the catalog, because the renderer needs to be able to get the textures as well. Area on entity added. So this is where we are going to create an entity shape right here. And it's going to interact with the entity. No matter what, we need the catalog to exist in this. So when we are initializing, we are going to add a catalog to it. And we need a actual collision manager. That. And the standard one, we are going to have a catalog object. That, and when we initialize, we get the catalog. So now in our entity shape, instead of that, we are going to do... we subscribe to the events, but we don't need to get this information. We are going to say float radius like that. Then we're going to go into our actual implementation of the collision manager. We're going to have a little error down here. And we're going to take this out of the entity shape and move it into the standard collision manager. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. That. And if we hop back over to game, we are going to keep a catalog here. Okay, so that should dodge the issue with a few of these things. So in entity, all right, private entity manager. Wouldn't do this. This is, we prime the values, and then if to copy, we run through that. So if we say is equal to null, go into catalogable. Copy is not null. This should always happen. Like, that should always happen. Okay, so then we need a catalog and an entity manager here. Okay. In the entity manager, will initialize with but it will not do anything with it fundamentally. So then standard entity manager override initialize. Catalog sequence catalog. Actually, the entity manager doesn't do that. Instead, it's the catalog that is going to pass that along. So in the standard catalog, you should not have an entity manager. manager. I don't want to have this like mutual share between the objects where so this is queuing it for removal. But we tell the entity you're going away. All right. Catalog is already getting an entity manager, so then in the standard catalog, when we call load entities, initialize. Reach entity and entity's values. As an initialize now, right? This comma entity manager. So each entity in this catalog is now instantiated with an entity manager and the corresponding catalog. All right. Temporarily remove that. So an inventory UI needs to be initialized. Sorry, inventory UI cell. It needs the catalog. So then in inventory, catalog. We are really neck deep in this refactor at the moment. It is the ability to do this is part of what makes me enjoy programming, is to juggle everything that's going on. Now, as I've mentioned before, if I was doing this properly, like a professional, and wanted to maintain more sanity points, I would have a design document, even if that meant updating it a lot. Instead, I have a little legal pad next to me where, when the fancy strikes me, I jot down things in incomprehensible notes that I almost never read again. Okay, what's still broken? Navigation manager can go away now. Because as we discovered, attempting to add navigation to it completely detonates performance. An Entity mesh is currently getting the texture wrapper. Where else does it use the wrapper? It's only for the purposes of rotate to face. Oh. Log. Have a catalog. So then in our mesh renderer, this air surface here, where we need a needs in our renderer, we're going to need to update this. Just so. Added. Okay, no, we're going to move it to here. This should create a problem somewhere, and it should be in mesh renderer. Here we go. Catalog. Entity. Oh dear. Oh my god, it worked. Okay, let's start with catalog. Catalog extends node. So we are going to go to our catalog here. catalog. It is a node. Just so. And this is using catalog.cs right here. Now we need our resource. It's a catalog for our entity manager. Entity. So you have an entity manager, which is a node. So we are going to scene attach the entity manager CS to it. Then for our startup, I'm going to have to keep finding every time. Entity manager scene. Sprite animation shader is somewhere in rendering. There we go. Then our inventory UI. That is standard inventory, actually. Oh. So that is using inventory UI. Okay. So we need to have this is the inventory scene. We need a it extends. We're just going to put a node on it. This is a canvas layer. And its script is the standard inventory UI. Load that. So that's standard inventory, which we'll need to make sure that lines up properly. I'm going to detach the script from that, then reattach standard inventory. Okay, that attaches inventory UI, which means in our standard inventory scene, we get rid of U. Okay. Then in our startup resource, our inventory UI is standard inventory UI. Then in it's the render, which is our mesh renderer. Okay, I gotta juggle a couple of things here. Be right back. Okey-doke. All right, I need to look at because there's some cross contamination here. Okay, this is standard inventory, which is an inventory object. So you get renamed. And then our startup resources. It's an inventory object, so we need to go take that inventory. This is the standard inventory UI. That is not. Script. It's going to be that. Grid container is the container. We get the right. Okay. Double check our entity manager scene here. It's using the base entity manager, which is not what it's supposed to do. We want it to use standard entity manager. This one should be standard catalog. Then use our standard catalog there. All right, how much breaks? A for catalog. Catalog is a node. Standard catalog is a catalog. So then in game, startup resources, standard catalog scene. Game at 30. Yeah. But it's a catalog, and a catalog is a node. And the standard catalog, seen here, catalog is node. Standard catalog is catalog. So why don't they play nice? Okay, it's the standard catalog scene. We're in the midst of load entities. And I don't think we've properly set up. Yeah. I've sworn we there's another thing we did this to. Okay, yeah. Entity to copy, behaviors to copy also needs to handle this. So okay. Straight line doesn't do anything special. Same with move wave. It should, though. And we'll get there. It's null. If there's a 2 copy. Got to make sure that because we're setting it to be where this can be a null, that means we don't need a default constructor. Hello, Snizzle. Okay, we need to handle the null case here. Welcome to the broadcast. We are working on our game dev project. We're in the midst of a bit of a kind of a restructure, or at least getting to a point where we need to get some more final structure in place. So there's a bit of juggling going on here. C# in this case, we're using the Godot engine. And we've been through a lot of different types of music, but the piano and strings is, I think, the best so far. Let's run into that again. Let's look at the stack. Base behavior is null. Entity exists. Yes. So we started using GDScript, which might be what you're working with now. Or perhaps you're working with the C++ layer. Both of those are viable. But I switched over to C# for performance purposes. Raw calculation-wise, C# is substantially faster than Godot. Godot script. Godot script was able to get about 2,500 things rendering on the screen with collision. Tops. Less the more I wanted them to do. Now I can get like 8,000 colliding on the screen. Navigation isn't viable, but we can at least get collision and movement cleanly. We're loading an entity. Catalog is null. Okay. Because we're not initializing it yet. Okay, how do we wrangle this? F-Zero is 16-bit era pixel art, so that's a bit of further work. It's an entire style in and of itself, especially when you limit yourself down. But a good model to go by when you're doing this is create placeholder graphics. Get all of the other stuff in there, even if the cars are just like little ovals or something like that for your F-Zero clone. Just get the basics in place. Don't try to focus on the art early. The only reason I've got as much art as I have is that a lot of it is from a prior mod that I made for a different game. And I got used to doing that art relatively quickly. But if you don't have that kind of thing, just make some placeholders and work with that. Then you can return to it when you want it to look pretty. We have a copy. Let's let it crash again. I'll check something. So we got to here. 2copy does not equal null. So we should have an entity. Entity should have... No, entity does not have a catalog yet. And one thing you may find by the time you get to the end of it is that you may have developed a skill or found an artist that does something different than the original art style you were thinking. And then you can incorporate something different entirely. We're in the midst of load entities. It's on line 118. All right, standard catalog, line 118. All right, that's where we're copying. Load entities. Jumped into load entities. Yeah, we're not initializing them yet. All right. We need to rethink this. With behaviors, we're getting away with it, but with load entities, we're not going to. Yeah, as soon as... No, that doesn't make sense. Once more. Okay, this is where we're going to add our set, or our initialize call. Just so. Oh. This. We may need to do the initialize call on all of the behaviors as well. But we kind of get away with it because behaviors don't need to mess with the catalog until they're ready. But like I said, we might not get away with that forever. All right, where does it explode this time? Actually, don't do that anymore. In the entity's copy function. Okay. Catalog is equal to entity catalog. Entity manager is equal to entity manager. Still more exceptions. We're getting there. Sir, what's your problem? This guy is chirping at me. We get to here, and the catalog and similar is null. Okay, we're not going to get away with that for behaviors. Standard catalog. Yeah. Not. Dot initialize this entity manager. These behavior groups are being created ad hoc, so we need to initialize them. Getting further. Thank you, Snizzle. Thank you. The studio that I worked with did a great job. Catalog is null. How are we getting to a null in the catalog? Copy. Copy. 72. Entity is initialized, though. So if you look at the current entity, it has a catalog but no entity manager. Oh. That is because this is all happening before the initialize call. Closer. Inventory UI cell is being told to update before it has the catalog. Get texture keys before we are getting to the initialize of the catalog. Well, no, should not be. We never initialized the catalog. Right. We're initializing the renderer before the catalog is initialized. Get all of them ready to roll here. This is, we're creating them. Okay, we have them all created now. Initialize. Take the entity manager in startup resource. Hello, Sammy. Sammy has come to demand attention. Then, now that we have catalog ready, say entity manager dot initialize I do not Acknowledge entity manager. Does it initialize? Initialize there. Okay, it doesn't. Okay, the catalog is ready to roll. The entity manager was ready to roll before that. Catalog is null by the time we're getting to this. Load entities 369 right here. It has a catalog, it has an entity manager. Instantiate a copy. We are creating a duplicate. Loop back around, and now we're in behavior is null. We have a base behavior, so we're going to copy this base behavior. Instantiate. We are now in our behavior group. No behaviors at this point. We're calling into the base of behavior. We have a to copy. All of its stuff is empty. Call into this. Our to copy has nothing. At this point, entity's base behavior exists. My Corey, I am making a Vampire Survivor style game, a bullet heaven game. We're in the middle of some restructuring of the code, and I'm trying to trace out all of the places I have blown things up. At this point, entity has a catalog and an entity manager. It has a base behavior, which is a behavior group, but that behavior group does not have the relevant categories to it. Hello, Mr. Tika. So why? All right, we need to make sure that every behavior that gets created and at every point in the entity that we get an initialize called on these. Are currently the gates don't care about that. It's entirely behaviors. Well, here's part of the problem. Gonna have to come up with some stuff to streamline this, but we'll figure it out. Okay. All of our movement and spawner behaviors. Copy is a behavior. Charmind, I am making a bullet heaven game, something like Vampire Survivors. We're trying to fix all this stuff I broke. Once again, we have a 2 copy, but nothing is set up. Copy, copy, load entities, all the way down here. Reload, break there. Okay. The existing entity. It has a catalog and a category. It has a behavior group, which has a catalog and an entity manager. Yep. It's a base behavior. Its base behavior is not set. Because it has no base behavior. No, it has one. It has one. I have 5 cats. Let's see how many we can spot. We're going to spot at most 4 of them. One of them's on my lap right now. We have Mason and Sherbet on the bed. And we have Ember across from the keyboard. So you can't see Sky or Sammy. Sky is a big, fluffy gray and white one. Sammy is a little tuxedo. Ember is the one with the orange ear there in the top center. Okay, this is the entity that we're running into problems with. Ah, okay. Behavior group is equal to new behavior group. Initialize. Look, it's not set because it was never initialized. So let's go down to the catalog. We load items. We create a new one. We initialize. Uh, uh, is that failing again? Ah, okay. The inventory UI cells are not getting initialized, which means to go to standard inventory UI. And when we are making a new cell right here, we need to cell.initialize catalog. There we go. Inventory UI cells need the catalog. Inventory UI has an initialize, then an inventory has an initialize, or takes the catalog in the entity manager. But the inventory UI is the one that decides that it has rows and columns right here. No, it's the inventory is controlling the corresponding inventory UI because the inventory also needs to decide how many rows and columns it has. In theory, you could have these desync, but we're not going to, because that would lead to a bit of a mess. So we are going to say in the inventory UI, the parent object, we have an initialize with rows and columns, but it's also going to have catalog, catalog. So, uh, so then in our base inventory, we get a catalog and an entity manager. We're probably going to need another thing for inventory, but we're going to get there. Standard inventory UI. We then need a catalog. Catalog. Catalog is equal to catalog. So another place we're initializing this. In our initialize call, that's when we're adding the inventory UI here. I think is okay. This. To our ready call. Okay, they're not moving, but we're back to proper setup here. We also don't have our all the bits here. Let's go to our game. Let's run it over here. Or we have our game. We have our FPS layer, which is currently broken. We have an entity manager. We have rendering, and we have a UI. Do have an entity manager. Have a catalog. Okay. We need to make sure all of the events are properly wired up in our standard objects here. Go to initialize. We have entity added on entity added. There's our collision manager. And we need our mesh renderer. This one is going to go through process for each mesh, then an entity mesh on entity position updated. Entity ID 0. This should be the player entity. Yeah. Again, entity 0. This is ID 1. We now have a vector. Oh, wait, no, this shouldn't be a problem. Why was this working before? Oh, because we had the navigation objects in place. Yum. Wait for it. They'll be back in a moment. Okay, so then in entity, real quick here. Rid of these movement proposed events. entity. So we now have a catalog in an entity manager. Lied. So, for those new to it, what you're seeing is the series of events. We are producing a large chunk of those blobs. They fan out into a cluster of 25 for about 3 seconds and arc outwards. Okay, our collision is not active right now. We got to fix that. Uh, and then after those 3 seconds, they start to spiral back inward, but they're influenced by the mouse cursor. They're also, while spiraling in, they're also moving in a wave pattern. Uh, so eventually, how the things move, how your weapons move, will be determined by what weapon it is and then what's in these slots and in what order. And you'll be able to drag and drop the things around to create different results. The idea being less that you want to get, that you're aiming to get, like, I want the throwing star and I want this very particular other item, so I get the throwing star other item combo weapon, which is really good. Instead, it's I have this massive pool of things that I can get, and I want to make something good from the pile of puzzle pieces that I have. Okay, we are never getting to raise remove enemy. Are we ever getting to collide? Come on. We are not. Let's look at our resources here. Default startup. Using the collision manager scene. We're going to rename real quick here to the standard collision manager. And that is using, doesn't seem right. Collision manager. That's why it's not colliding. It needs to use standard collision manager. Now it will totally work. Did not explode on impact. That's good. Come on. Okay, we are still not getting collisions. Check our. It is, Snizzle. It is. Add the areas. And the entity shape. Movement proposed. We're making sure all the collision stuff actually fires here. Okay, collision movement isn't firing. This should be getting called on entity position updated. Okay, we're not creating entity shapes. Well, that's going to slow it down. We're not getting initialize called. So now we look at the game. It's absolutely going to call it right there. Because it's still getting a raw collision manager. Build here. But yeah, by the time when it stops generating them, when the wave stops, there are 7,999 of them. There we go. See them get kind of cut away when the beams go through it. Nice. Now we need a way to get the count in play. Oh, we got a lot of errors. We got a lot of errors. It's set shape disabled. It doesn't like. Manager, standard collision manager. Run. Come on. Okay, so while it's processing a collision, it doesn't want me to remove the shapes. But we're invoking the... Okay, every collision chunk is doing that. So while it's flushing out the queries, it doesn't like that the removal is happening. Doesn't like this. It's the next one. We need this to happen right away. We need that shape to go away. Because until this shape goes away, we can't really do this. But that's part of the problem, because as soon as the collision happens, we're calling into this. We're never breaking to allow that to occur. So this is happening in the midst of a collision. So we go in, we find what the local shape is, and we call a collide on it, and which relays it down to the entity. We are still in the same stack here, which is then going to call raise remove entity, which will trigger this event. The entity shouldn't do that. Okay. Entity manager dot remove entity this. Make sure this still here. Let's do it on the Godot side here, just to hit all the tests at once here. But yeah, every 30th of a second, it's creating 25 slimes. I think it might actually be 50. There we go. We were removing the slime and thus changing the shape of the collision zone while we were processing the effect of the collision zone. So it was creating a bit of a catch-22 kind of scenario, or at least we were changing the thing that we were processing on. It's like removing from a list while you're running an iterator over it. It don't like that. All right, thanks for joining us. Hope you have a good evening. Okay. Aside from the FPS monitoring, which we need to address or at least the counters here. So then if we go into our FPS here, during process, we have frames per second. Where does the FPS label live? Let's start with just this. Little dips in performance there. Let's wait for them to come back around. Okay, there's a little bit of a performance cost at the beginning. Let's see if we can't get the entity manager into this thing. Where does the FPS label live? Part of game? Yeah. We're going to rebuild that. Game now has a stats thing, which is the FPS label. And we're going to go into previously in FPS, we were doing this in process, but instead, we're going to go delete this FPS script in just a moment. Then in Entity Manager, Standard Entity Manager. No, we need to void entity count. Int. Return 0. Then Standard Entity Manager. Sure, this is a public. Override. Just making sure. Go back into the game, and then we say entity count. Little hitch at 8,000. There are... I think that might be arbitrary again, because we know there was a hitch at 9,000 previously. Yeah. We're getting there. Okay, so what we accomplished today... show you over on the Godot side. It's definitely possible. Our running thought on it is that there's some sort of like buffer that is having to be expanded sometimes. So we have things being, run around in there. So click on that so that we can go over to here and we look at remote. We can see the 3 collision areas. So all of this stuff, including catalog, entity manager, all of these are native to game. If I were to remove game from the tree and then reload it, I get an entire new batch of these each time. So what I'll be able to do is set like properties onto game and say, here is the starting state kind of stuff. This is what you will begin with, and the game will run with it. Additionally, though, I can make a standard game object and a game template object such that I could have a testing game object. Because everything that I use is defined by this cluster here. So I could have test sets set up. Things like I mentioned, the catalog always returns the exact same dummy objects. It does nothing. Or collision manager does nothing. Nothing collides anymore. So we'd be able to go in and remove logic from it, or create a architecture inside of it that says, I'm expecting to get collisions, here's how many, kind of things. A game logic that just spawns 2 enemies every so often, or 2 objects, and has them run straight towards each other over and over, and we're expecting to get X collisions by the end of the test. Run this many parts of the loop, wait this long, how many collisions did we get? That kind of thing. Look, this is let's say 45,000 calculations, about 30 times a second, including collision detection logic that covers all of these slimes as individual shapes, potentially colliding with the object in the center. So we've got a lot going on, and I think we can get back into some more of the inventory handling now. Back so that we have some logic here. I do also want to see if I can get a cursor replacement while we're in the game, so I can have something a little more visible. But yeah, I think we've made some progress. Well, I want to thank everybody for joining us today. I was hoping to start a bit sooner, but my YouTube connection was terrible earlier in the day, like 50% dropped frames from network latency, which would not have made a good viewing experience. So we delayed. I'm hoping to get going a little sooner in the coming streams. I do also intend to get more streams in. It's a kind of a deal with personal health scenarios kind of thing to make it happen. But we're striving for it. I want to accelerate this project. Lean in some more, you know? Oh, but with all that said, I hope you had a good time. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, push all the good buttons. They help the channel grow and they'll help you find stuff that you like more in the future. Oh, I messed up my ending loop, but anyway, I hope the rest of your evening is good and I'll see you next time.